Hello. Long time no see, kinda. What? Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Okay, I'm good. Hello. Hi, PK. Hi. Oh god, hiccups. Also, congratulations, Stephen, on getting first. And PK, why didn't you grab second place? Why didn't you grab a second place? Now you're third. Forever. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'll fix it real quick. Blink. I like third. I see. Interesting. Well, hello everybody. Welcome. I hope that you guys had a nice week. I hope that you guys enjoyed my very impromptu collab with Crony. I was actually going to stream art that day, but yeah, Crony asked me to play Repo, and I mean I can't say no to Repo. I'm sorry. That just is not something that registers in my brain. When somebody tells me to go play Repo with them, I go play Repo with them, whether I'm busy or not. It's a little bit of a problem, but it'll be okay. It'll be okay. I'm sure that it'll be. Yeah, totally. Totally. But anyways, how have you guys been? How has your weekend been? Do you guys do well? Do you guys have a nice week? Has spring started for you guys, or has it not started for you guys? For me here in Colombia, it's still monsoon season, but it's also not monsoon specifically, but rather morning it's really sunny. Then in the afternoon, you get really harsh rains, and then the night is cold as balls, or as cold as it can get in the tropics. I did see the temperatures of some people that live on the United States, and honestly, I am not jealous. I am so not jealous. But also, I feel really sorry for you guys. I hope that it gets warmer soon. You know, here's the thing. I know that you guys already know this. I spent all of autumn and like the first half of winter in Canada. For my exchange program on that time, and it was pretty nice. It was pretty nice, and even though it was really cold, I didn't really feel it as much. Like, yeah, it was cold, obviously, but the only times. Oh no. No, you don't. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Um, but as I was saying, um, I was actually I was actually not really that bothered by the cold. I actually liked the cold. It was nice. What ended up getting me the most was, well, of course, the prices. The prices just were so high that it actually scared me how how much the price raise was. And the last thing I also got really bothered by, something that actually did like affect me physically, was the amount of like sunlight I got. The very low amount of sunlight actually made me what I think it is seasonal depression. I did it for a posture check. Thank you for the posture check. So, were it for the fact that the sun was just gone, and were it not for the fact that food prices just went up a bajillion percent, I honestly wouldn't mind. staying in a place that had winter, that had seasons. And honestly, the snow was really scenic. And well, obviously, like gearing up to go into the snow was really like bother. Was really a lot of a bother. Well, not a lot of a bother. It was just pretty cumbersome because obviously you had to layer up. I honestly sometimes when I went out to like pick up the trash or anything, I didn't really layer up a lot. I just like put in my snow boots, put in some gloves because obviously if you touch metal with your bare hands and it is frozen, you're gonna freeze your tits off. Uh, and I just like went out. Even if I was in my pajamas, I just went out into the cold and I was okay. I didn't really need like a coat or anything, which I thought was pretty funny. Mm. I use it before I do anything to the ghost. How about we don't do anything to the ghost? How about we are nice and kind? Let's be kind. Let's be nice. I told you guys I have been really tired lately. I've been feeling really exhausted, really low energy. How about we are kind and nice? Will you give me a kiss? Will it work? Will it work? Wait, why is Sammy not working? Give me a second. Huh, it did work when I like triggered it manually. I don't know why it wasn't triggering. I wonder if it has to do with something with Twitch connections. I'll disconnect and I'll connect again. Done. There you go. That should reset Twitch chat stuff. Also, I did reduce the time for I did reduce the time for the kiss because you guys said that you wanted the kiss more often. So I reduced it to 15 minutes instead of half an hour. Again, guys, remember, please do not spam sound alerts because I do get really overwhelmed. So this is why we have the limits. But it's okay. I mean, I made them because I like them. In the end. But I do hope that you guys understand that I have the cooldown for a reason. Is that I don't want to get super overwhelmed. As for what we're gonna do today, well, today I am home alone. I am home alone. Yippee, yippee, yippee. Which, you know what that means. You know what that means, guys. Obviously, it means that I am going to stay up drawing until 3 a.m. in the morning because that is my definition of partying it up when my parents aren't home. Uh, but, yell right now. No! No, 15, 15, just chill. It's 15. 30 to 15. 1, 5. Let me see if that actually works. If it's actually 50. Yeah, 15 minutes. Okay. But this entire week I have been working on transferring all of my Medibang drawing files into CSV files, or not CSV but rather PSD, which is sort of like a universal file format for most drawing apps, or that most drawing apps can open. So that way I actually will be able to edit all of the Medibang stuff. And as much as I do love Medibang, I'm going to show you guys right now why I decided to do this change, why I decided that I will not use Medibang at this point in time anymore. Also, the music is a little bit low. Let me put it a little bit more higher up. Okay, so let's move on to the main screen. So this is my CSV file. I have some stuff open already because those are the things that I'm planning on working on today. But let's open Medibang so that you can see why exactly I decided that I would change and that I would no longer work with it. So this is Medibang, and I'm just gonna go to open file, not open reason, but open file. And right now it decided to work properly because usually it would actually stay frozen for at least a minute while trying to open up the files, while trying to open up like the files folder, and then it would open, and it was a solid minute of it just loading, just thinking about it, and I got really worried, so I decided I would simply not. You also yeah, I just decided that maybe it wouldn't be good to you know, do something like that, or to have a problem do something like that, especially one that has so many of my assets on it and that I'm paying a subscription for, because yes, I was paying for Medibang Premium. Wow. But yeah, so we're gonna lock in, we're gonna do some commissions, we're also going to do some original art. For example, finish the Valentine's art that has not yet been completed, even though it's already March. Sorry about that, guys. It'll be finished one day. I'm sure of it. And I'd also be working on Ghostathon rewards. So, for example, the Frida film background. I'd also be working on sketching out the profile pictures and the character design commissions that the Ghostathon winners did win. If you guys don't know, the top 3 got personalized commissions from me. We have already discussed the details. The only thing that I'm missing is to like actually start them out. The custom West models, I'm already working on them. If you check on my Trello, you will see that they are already started. They are already on my to-do list. But the custom commissions has been something that I have not started yet because they are a little bit more time-consuming. But yeah, I'm also doing some. I was sketching out some Miku promos. And you know, here's the funny thing. I was aware that the Winter Olympics were happening, but I didn't really expect anything to happen at the time. I just don't really tune into the Olympics that much. It's not something that I am fully, aware of. But then my For You page just came out with a ton of videos of the skater for the US, Elisa Liu. And some of the poses were just so fun and so cute that I was like, yeah, you know what? My Snow Miku is an ice skater. I might as well like take advantage of that. And draw my Snow Miku in some of the poses from her short program or from her free skate, which was actually a song by Pink Panthers, I believe. Yeah, Pink Panthers, because I already have it on my playlist. But yeah, it's just so fun. So I believe that I would love to do that. Yeah. Bam, 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 bam. This song is so good. Oh, and for the people who don't know, March 6th, aka this Friday, we will actually be doing a special event with Stefan. With Stefan versus the world. I don't think that there's any mods online right now, so I'll just do the chat on myself. Give me a second. Okay. So Stefan, my friend Stefan and I are going to classify everybody of us as a piece. And it is going to be for my affiliate anniversary, my 1 year affiliate anniversary. Wow! Technically technically my affiliate anniversary was on February 6th, but if you guys weren't there or didn't remember, I actually got really, really sick. I got a very bad stomach flu that had me incapacitated for a little bit, for like 3 days, I think. So I wasn't able to do that on the date that I was supposed to do so. But thankfully, for some reason, March and February ended up actually being sort of like the same disposition of days. So that means that I am actually able uh to just do it on the same day I had it planned, thankfully. This was sort of like not my initial idea for the affiliate anniversary. I had something else planned, but since Stefano and I had already discussed doing an SB thing, I asked him if he would be available this Friday so that we would be able to do that. I think that it would be really, really cool. I do another. Oh, thank you so much, Ethan. But yeah, March 6th, 8 p.m. EST. Be there or be square. I'm also going to like give this model a little bit of special assets so that they look cool and stuff. But yeah, for now, we'll just be starting. I think that since this phone background is almost finished, I will be starting out with this one. And we'll see how it goes. Where's the sketch? There it is. Oh, this was like the first concept. It was sort of like a Tetris snake mode. I decided that the more curved one worked better for Frida, to be honest. I feel like she is more of a curved but cat rather than an angular cat. Well, obviously they're wrong. Hmm. But yeah, for now, I think that I'm going to work on the phone backgrounds, like take priority on those, because those are the ones, as I said, since shipments from Colombia to the US are so banned. They're the only type of merch that I'm able to deliver right now, which is in digital form. But hopefully, since the tariffs were taken down by Congress recently, or at least that's what I heard, shipments will be reinstated. That way I can also reopen my shop. And I'd be able to work on more stuff for you guys. But yeah, that is sort of like the plan. I am working on prioritizing digital slash stream rewards from the Ghostathon, so that way I am able to work on those while I wait for other like regulations to pass. To be honest, I am a little bit worried because usually I will buy my merch from a Chinese manufacturer. I work with a Chinese manufacturer to do all my merch stuff, and then I just ship it locally from Colombia. So they ship it to me, and then they ship it to Colombia. But usually I only do merch drops when I do a pre-order thing, and the pre-order thing usually happens online, and I usually get mostly US clients. Which is a little bit cumbersome because usually also those leftovers for the merch I used to later booth on conventions, or well, not really conventions, because cons here in Colombia aren't common and they're very expensive to get into unless you have like connections. And well, they're expensive even if you have connections nonetheless. And as such, I don't have any new merch for the conventions or for the very few art cons that I would be, or fairs that I would be able to like get into. So that is a little bit of a problem, but I'm just gonna like try not to think about it too much. I'll still try and check on updates for the whole shipping ban. But hopefully it's over soon, please. As for the whole blushy thing, I might actually try and see if I get accepted by Makeship. I really like Crony's blush, and I really like Bing Bong blush from Makeship, and I think that they would actually be able to make a blanket ghost blush that is bigger than the one that I had offered, and that it would be better quality, I believe. Since honestly their quality is very good. But for that I'm gonna have to like really check if I can do a campaign. And if they accept my offer to do a campaign, because you actually need to send a in a request. You need to send in a pitch to be like, hey, I want to do this blush. Can you host the petition for that blush in your page? And then Makeship will check that out and be like, we'll think about it. And if we accept it, then you'll have this campaign page. And I was hoping that that could be like an alternative for the blush. For the blush merch. And I think that the sizes that they provide are pretty reasonable. The Crony blush was a little bit expensive, but that's mostly just because of exchange rates at the end of the day. I did not tell my family how much the Crony blush costed. Actually, I told them that it was a gift. I know how it is. You know, it just really depends on how stuff ends up, and also how much I can like pitch my own character to be a marketable plushie. Obviously, the thing about it is that you gotta have the numbers to back up 200 people buying your blush. In art, we have something that is called like the 10% rule, which basically means that out of all of the people that view your art, only 10% are going to like your art. Out of the 10% of people that liked your art, only 10% are going to actually follow you or reblog it, repost it, etc., etc. And out of the people that follow you, out of that 10% of people that follow you, only 10% of those people will be willing to give you money, will be willing to commission you. Long man. Hi, Freaky. How you doing? How you doing, Freaky? I'm working on the Frida phone background. What do you think? Will you use the Frida phone background? I'll give more background options because I know that not everybody likes pink. Even though it is sort of like Frida's favorite color. So, how dare you? But, I'll give you guys more color variations. I have been thinking about a green variation, you know, because of her eye color, her striking green orbs. Also, maybe like a lavender color, because I don't know if you guys have seen it. If you didn't follow me during my ghostathon, which was in October, Frida actually has like a little witch design that includes like lavender accents. So, for example, the bottom of her head here is actually lavender. So true, Frida is better than Freak, because Frida is everything. Also, I was checking out the stream pet options. That is also a reward for Ghostathon, so that Frida can hang out on screen with me. And I realized, because I was hoping to maybe commission the same person that did Crunchy for Frida. For Frida as a stream pet. I was hoping that I would like save up and do Frida's stream pet. And I realized Crony hasn't updated his credits page in a very, very long time. Because there's a ton of uncredited stuff. So there is a design for Crunchy credited, but there is no mention of like Crunchy stream bit. The person who actually like did and rigged Crunchy. So I'm going to have to like message him after he's done with stream. I think that he's streaming right now. And then I will commission somebody. Unfortunately, the person that I had planned for rigging, I don't think that I'm going to use anymore. There were some problems with a friend of mine that had some quality issues, and I would like to heed their advice, especially given what happened. Oh my god! Holy shit! Yeah! Hello, Agar. Hello, Agar Tafir, or Agar. I don't know how to pronounce your name correctly. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Well, thank you so much for raiding. How do you do? Hi, Leafy. Hi. How you doing? I hope that you're doing okay. You were playing, let me see, what were you playing? What were you playing? Hollow Knight Silksong. Let's go! Let's go. I have not played Silksong yet. Yippee! Because I haven't completed the first part, the first Hollow Knight game. But... oh, Agar. Does this ancient ghost remember this ancient leaf? I do remember you, Leaf. You guys may not think so, but I actually remember a ton of people. I have very good memory. I have very, very good memory. So I mostly remember the people that followed me. But yes, I do remember you, Leafy. Thank you so much for coming in today. It has been a while. As for you, Agar, thank you so much for raiding. And if you need to raid and run, feel free to do so. I know how exhausting streaming can be, especially if you're playing stuff that does take a lot of time and a lot of concentration, like Hollow Knight. I definitely wanna finish Hollow Knight to end up, or not, well, not to end up, but to then go for Silksong. But the thing is that my controller right now is damaged. One of the buttons, the one that actually is used for tabbing for the map and the quick menu, is not working. And the only Nintendo Center that fixes. Oh, no problem, no problem. Go get your foods. Also, I don't know why the Kiss Redeem isn't working. It is pissing me off. Especially because it's supposed to work. Here, let me run it. Yippee! Let me see, maybe the triggers is not working. Oh wait, I know why. It's because I changed the name of the trigger. That's why. It's because I changed the name of the redeem. Keep blanket a kiss. There we go. Now it's gonna work. I forgot that when you change the name of the redeem, Sammy doesn't recognize it anymore. Playing on PS4, my controller is good. I am a very big PC gamer, and I bought the Nintendo Switch. Holy cooked. I am a very heavy PC gamer. I have been playing mostly on PC for most of my life because we never really had not the money. We did have the money, but my parents were very strict about video game consoles. They thought that they would distract me and my studies, even though I was like a straight A student, so like fuck you. But most of the time, I just downloaded the games on my PC whenever I could. And just play on my PC. So, that is the reason why I have mostly PC experience. And this is why I also usually play a lot with keyboard. I usually prefer keyboard. And when Seven actually, when I was watching Seven play Silent Hill, he apparently got horrified that I was playing Silent Hill with tank controls, because when you play on keyboard, usually they're pretty much just tank controls, and I don't get it. I feel like tank controls for horror games are pretty good. They're pretty good. They're pretty nostalgic. I also have to mention that my first console was a PS1, so I am used to tank controls. I am a PC gamer too, so true. PC for the win, except that I have a really, really shitty gamer laptop. Silksong is the one game that I refuse to play on keyboard. Oh yeah, no. Hollow Knight games, I tried playing it for first with keyboard, but it just isn't made. It just isn't made for keyboards. It is made to be played with a controller. That is the intended use, so don't worry about it. No, of course. Please go eat. Please go eat. Please go piss. Of course, no problem. I recently changed my art program from Medibang Paint Pro to CSP, so that is a program that I'm using today. No problem. Yummy daily coffee bean. Congratulations on your sweet coffee bean. But yeah, that is the reason why I mostly play on keyboard and why I mostly play on PC. Is CSP free? No, it is a paid ad program. I actually did a small like fundraiser for it because CSP, the version that I'm using is the EX one, which has very robust animation capabilities. And as such, it just is perfect for me as an illustrator who sometimes does animated GIFs and animated work. It is mostly, honestly, I wouldn't recommend it for beginners. I wouldn't recommend it for beginners because it is expensive and it is a program that can be a little bit difficult to learn. I mean, this whole stream is so that I can learn how to use it better because I am in a transition moment. The one I wish I could recommend you a program that is free and that is really good. I usually would recommend Medibang, but they recently switched to a paid version on Steam, and the free version has stopped support. The free version was the one that I had been using since like 2018, but unfortunately, it's no longer supported, or well, it is still available. You can download it through their app, through their website, even though it is pretty buried. But it is very glitchy, it is very buggy. The reason why I decided to make the plunge to do stuff fully on CSP, even though I was supposed to make the transition a little bit slower, I was hoping to make it slower so that I would get used to all of the controls in time, was because it actually started freezing up a lot during very inconvenient moments. So I decided it would be best if I just went all in into CSP before all of my art files from Medibang would no longer be openable. So, as for like actual free programs that are still free, I would recommend Krita. Krita is a great art program. It might be a little bit difficult to learn at first because it is very robust. It is sort of like similar to Photoshop, in which you will need at least a couple tutorials to understand it well. But it is pretty good, and some of my friends still use it up to this day. It also supports animation. I'm slowly learning how to play Hollow Knight on keyboard. Good luck for that. Because that's gonna be very, very difficult. As for any other programs that I would recommend, I would honestly, very earnestly, if you have the money, recommend you get Paint Bsky. I know that it is very widely pirated and stuff, but this program is also very, very good for illustration. It was the one that I started with, actually. So, that is that is a program that even though you can pirate very, very easily, Paint Tool Sai just has been like a program that has raised generations of artists, me included. It was my first like robust art program, and it is not as difficult to understand as Krita, so it is like a good transitional period. And this is going to be a little bit controversial, but Paint, now that it has layers, might actually be a good starting point. And hey, everybody has Paint. Let me just see. I am going to check the Paint Tool Sai thingy so that you guys can get it. Paint Tool Sai is only 20 bucks. You can get Paint Tool Sai and then Sai 2 at the same time for the same amount of money. Basically it is included, like Sai 2 is included with Sai 1. So I would definitely recommend getting it. Now that it has a text tool, it is definitely a very good, very good tool for you, and honestly, it's just very good. Let me just send the link over there. And again, the Paint Tool Sai is made by a singular person, by a singular developer, and he still is giving us updates up to 2026. Let me see, what was the latest update? The latest update was on January 17th, 2025. So as you can see, he has been working on this. He has been working on this specific tool for years, for over a decade, definitely maybe even 2 decades. As for the requirements, honestly, it is very, very light. Like, it supports even Windows XP. And even though it does not support Linux, unfortunately, which was one of the reasons why I haven't done the switch to Linux, which is something that I do wish to do. I do believe that it is a very, very good starting tool. Because again, I started with it, and it has vector. It has vector tools. So that means that you are actually able to draw with your mouse, which is how I started. I started scanning my pencil drawings on my family computer and then using Sai to digitalize them with the vector tool. And also I did all of the digital shading and stuff with Sai. By the way, I just realized I haven't done my intro thingamabob when I do raids, but for those who came in from the raid and do not know me, hello! I am a ghost of the blanket variety, and I am a Colombian freelance illustrator and full-time hunting expert. I hope that you guys enjoy your time here. Right now, I am working on rewards for my Ghostathon, which was an event I held for October to raise funds so that I can continue doing illustration full-time and so that I can save up to actually build the proper computer. We ended up raising over $1.5K, so I have a ton of rewards prepared. Some of them have already been given, but some others are still in development. I'm still working on them, or commission people to work on them. But this is one of them. This is the mobile background of one of my I guess one of my popular characters. Technically it is character art, but this is my cat, Frida. She is an evil overlord who forces me to stream so that I can gather souls for her evil plans. And this is a phone background that you guys can get for free. There'll also be a phone background of me, this beautiful, gorgeous ghost that you are seeing right now. Very beautiful, very marketable. And there's also more rewards like wallpapers, prints, keychains, and even a plush. And also a t-shirt, a Hawaiian t-shirt. Unfortunately, the t-shirt and all of the everything that is physical merch had to be suspended because of the current bans on Colombia and US trade. But I am hoping now that the tariffs have been removed, that restriction will be lifted soon, and that way I will be able to start production on merch. Will there be a Hugo version? The desktop background will get a Hugo. The desktop background has a Hugo background planned, and the poster, the prints, actually does have a Hugo. It's actually going to be a Hugo print. It's going to be a print specifically of Hugo. I remember when I was first learning Fist Anatomy, I ended up drawing you blanket with chicken legs in the corner of the art. And how come you didn't show me? How come you didn't show me? I just learned the other day what a vector tool was for. Honestly, I didn't know what vector tools were for until years after. Until I actually went to university and I learned graphic design. That's when I learned about it. Because I was lazy. No. Send it now. Send it to the Discord now. But yeah, let me see. Thankfully I still have the Google Docs where I have all of my Ghostathon rewards and stuff. Here, I can show you guys. By the way, this thing, if you're a VTuber and you need like any like thingy regarding organization and stuff, these are all of the tallies that we made. And oh, this one I cannot show because it has specific numbers and stuff, but these are all of the things that we have, and as you can see, the ones that are crossed out are things that I already did. So chat chooses Vanderbilt week, chat chooses new emote, new toggle, the new toggle, the angry eyebrows, and the kiss were those rewards. Ghost, Frida, and Wisp free to use backgrounds. Those are these ones. These ones, the mobile backgrounds. So you're also going to get Wisps. Frida's stream bed, that is the one that I need to ask Crony for the person who made his stream bed. These are the physical ones. Chat chooses song cover. Chat chooses Rage Game to play. Free to use Wisp PNG tuber. That is something that I'm working on. I'm almost done with the raking. Hugo full body PNG tuber. That will be revealed soon. Ghost Manju. Blanca Ghost VTuber model. If you check my YouTube, you can see my rigging streams. It was a little bit of a thing. 3D ASMR gear, you guys already know. I already got that, and I have already done some ASMR streams. And the last one is the Summer Ghost Hawaiian shirt, which was available for a while on my digital shop, but again, because of the suspensions on shipments from the US. Not from the US, from Colombia to the US, I had to close the shop. I know, I'm unfortunate, but don't worry. I'm working on getting a replacement listing on my fourth wall, which is where I'm going to do my move. Since I have seen a lot of VTubers have positive experiences with fourth wall, I'm probably going to move everything there. Imagine Hugo having a plushie of the blanket. So true. That is so true and real. But yeah, I am currently looking for alternatives if like the physical restrictions still are unfortunately up for a while. Because I really want to fulfill everything by the end of 2027. By the end of 2026. That is what I want. But yes, I will be looking into maybe doing stuff with my ship. But for now, again, just want to focus on the digital rewards, which are the ones that I will be able to provide no matter what my location or your location is. I know that Frida spas have like green spots and stuff, but I don't want to bother her. I don't want to disturb her. Since this is a phone background, I don't know if I want to do the shading. I don't know if I want the shading to be too complex, because that might actually not show up very well. And also, I feel like if the shading is too complex, you feel less compelled to use it for some reason, as if like you're obscuring the image with all of your apps and stuff. But I want it to be more useful. I don't know. It's just that at the end of the day, I will make stuff that I would use in like my regular life. Like this would be a background that I would use for my own phone. I like pretty simplistic backgrounds. I like tile backgrounds. They're pretty cute. I guess that just sort of applies for everyone. Everyone has their own style of backgrounds that they prefer over others. It's just a style of background I prefer. And I am glad that I am able to do stuff like this, silly stuff like this. It's just something that's just really enjoyable to think about. And this idea of Frida being like sort of a snake type phone background was something that I had for a while. It's just so funny to me for some reason, especially since like cats are just known for being pretty long. And we've got the long Frida meme, which was an emote that I had planned ever since I started streaming. The long Frida emote was one of the first emotes I made for the channel. Phone backgrounds are often obscured behind icons, and some phones do a little blurring, so you don't want it too busy. Yeah, exactly. I think that with desktop backgrounds, you can get away with them being a little bit more complex. This is why I chose Hugo to be a desktop background rather than a phone background. But with Frida and phone backgrounds, I just chose to leave it to make it simple. That way it doesn't really obscure anything, or it isn't like too busy. That is also why instead of Hugo for phone backgrounds, you get wisps. You get a little wisp friend. I am still concepting the wisp background, to be honest, because since wisps are technically just a representation of you guys, it can be really difficult to capture what the regular schmegular wisp would be like. So that is sort of like what I'm thinking about right now. Also, by the way, do let me know if music is too low or too loud. I don't know why, but OBS when I launched it, it just had a ton of settings changed for some reason. And of course, I know that sometimes it can get decent with Twitch because the API key needs to be updated every couple of months, but it shouldn't have like actual sources muted or sources respawn for some reason. Because I remember deleting the deleting the gold bars that I had over there, like over me, and right now as you can see it's empty. Oh my god, Wisp Bimbo! Freak, you're a fucking genius. Do you know that you're a fucking genius, Freak? Because you are. You're a fucking genius. You're the most genius freak ever. And also that way I can be a little bit larger. Mm. Oh my gosh, that is so cute. Also, it's okay, Leaf. But if you don't find it, Frida will come to your house at 3 a.m. and piss in your bed. Yes, that's right, baby girl. You're on piss duty tonight. Frida just looks at me with the most like annoyed expression, like stop making me piss on people's beds. I'll be wherever I want. And whenever I want. I enter stream to piss duty. Hi, Jack! Sorry, we were just talking about punishment. Yes. Don't worry about it. I'm not a peace tuber, I promise. Even if all my friends are. I mean, not all of my friends. I'm pretty sure that Salu isn't. Yeah, Salu isn't a peace tuber. Stefan also isn't a peace tuber. Pretty sure that Scry isn't either. Don't know about Cubs though. I'll have to ask her later. Ads start in 1 minute, guys. Ads will start in 1 minute. For the guys that do not know, I will be going on a small break. I need to give Frida her din, and I'll be back for another hour of uninterrupted ghost adventures. As for, sorry, hiccup. As for the ads, they'll be 3 minutes long. But if you don't want to get ads forever and ever, feel free to sub if you are able to. Only do it if you are able to. Only do it if you can afford it. Because if you cannot afford it, then I don't want it. I don't want it. Save your money for important things like food and stuff. But yeah, that is it. I'll see you guys in 3 minutes. Maybe more, depending on how Frida Dindin time goes. She can get a little bit bratty sometimes. Is the shading too subtle? I don't know. Give me a second. Boing. Maybe, but I think that it'll be for the best if it's subtle. Yeah, I feel like it's better if it's a little bit subtle. I don't want it to be cel shaded because I already have plans for a cel shaded background. I want Frida's luscious hair to be on full display. By the way, every time we go to the bed, I get compliments about how well taken care of and luscious Frida's hair is. Which is true. I have to brush her hair every day or else it becomes a mess. And then my nose gets so puffy. Because even though I'm not like fully allergic, I am a little bit allergic. Okay, ads just started, so I'll be right back. Feel free to play some words. Wah. Oh, I am back. Welcome everybody, I am back. Wow. Frida has had her din. And I also had a refill of my drink. We are not drinking coffee today. Well, I was drinking coffee today, but I have switched up to tea now that it is the evening. And I'm trying to fix my sleep schedule. It is very important. So, oh, also Discord payment succeeded. So, we are going to continue on the Frida shading. Honestly, I don't think that this is going to take me a lot of time. So that way we can sort of like jump onto another project that's close to completion and we can just tackle as much drawings as possible. Also, I can start on the February commissions that I've gotten for last month. Or like the end of last month, which is technically this month now. And we can continue on to other stuff. Honestly, I have been really slacking off on my Twisted Wonderland stuff, which is so sad because I miss my boogies. I am so into fandom culture. Well, not super like fandom culture, but yeah, technically. I love making fan OCs, I love making fan content of said fan OCs. I love shipping my OCs with canon characters and making their own little storylines. It's always been something that I've loved to do ever since I was a little kid, and I miss them. I miss them so much, especially since Twisted Wonderland is such a compelling story to me. And it reminds me of the goats of Ever After High. Not fucking Descendants though. Fucking hate that shit. But I need to do more Twisted Wonderland stuff. I love Twisted Wonderland. And I love making fan merch for them. I have had concepts for Twisted Wonderland fan merch for ages, but again, can't do anything if I'm not allowed to ship to the US. So for now, everything is up in limbo. But I really want to do more stuff. I really love dueling. I really love just doing personal stuff for that, which is why I'm still really active on my Tumblr. Which, by the way, everyone has been talking about this new platform called Myoshi or whatever, which is sort of like VTuber MySpace. I'm like, Myoshi this, Myoshi that. When are VTubers coming to Tumblr? When are VTubers coming to Tumblr? The website is already there. The website is already like the weirdo galore, and us VTuber weirdos could carve ourselves a community in there pretty easily. Like, every time one of my VTuber friends, I tell my VTuber friends to make a Tumblr, they're like, well, I would do it, but there isn't much reach there for VTubers. Like, there isn't much reach. And I'm like, okay, yes, there isn't much reach, but that is because nobody wants to go there. Like, the only way that you can get reach in there is if there's already a community in there. But if you're not, like, willing to, like, pioneer the community, then how are you able to, like, do that? It's sort of like a negative feedback loop. If nobody's going there, there's not going to be any community, and then nobody will want to go there because there is no community. And that angers me because Tumblr is like perfect for VTubers. We've got customizable HTML pages, which yeah, do not work very well in the app, but who the fuck uses the Tumblr app anyways? We've got even like our custom little sparkly mouse. We've got like a ton of different communities. We've got roleplay communities, we've got furry communities. Everyone is just like in their own little niche. The hashtag system is so well implemented. Like, it's not actually like spammed or anything, but it's actually used for categorization and archival, which is great, by the way. And everyone just it's just really nice. Also, there is no like algorithm or anything, so it's not like you can get fucked over by the algorithm. Also, actual chronological timelines by default. Thank you, Tumblr. I mean, there is a For You page, but usually you can just like go to the following timeline and then you get chronological. Or you can just go to the hashtag and sort by latest instead of most popular. Which should be, by the way, the average. It should be the standard. But 90 score. But Tumblr is also 90 score. I mean, not really. It was made during the 2000s. But Tumblr, like MySpace, sure, it's like nicer or whatever, but Yoshi, it is creating an echo chamber at the end of the day, which can be bad. It can be bad to create an echo chamber of just VTubers, because then that way you're not really going to like get any reach. Which again is like such a it's like another feedback loop. Like at the end of the day, if only VTubers are joining Yoshi, and only VTubers are going to interact with VTubers, and then those VTubers will be like, well, I'm not getting any followers, but I'm getting like gloves with, but I'm learning about these other VTubers, but it's not like I'm getting like any reach or anything. Well, it's because you're in the platform that only hosts VTubers. Meanwhile, on Tumblr, there's so many different and diverse communities that all cater to so many different people that you can communicate with directly via using the hashtag systems properly. Which means it's obviously way better. So anyways, that's my TED Talk. I hope that you enjoyed my TED Talk. But yeah, I still feel like people are just brushing Tumblr off because it is the weirdo woke site. But then again, if you're a VTuber and you're not weirdo woke, I'm sorry, but like, then what are you doing? You're quite literally role playing as an anime person on the internet. You're actually kind of a weirdo, buddy. Kimayashi just for French stuff. I guess that's like okay, but also like, I don't know. I feel like it is going to die real quick. I feel like it's not worth like it's just not going to end up very
Frida
well.
versus the nostalgia critic. Well, Frida loses.
Wrong. Freak, kill this guy. So yeah. And like I have a getting like friends that are like, hey, do you want a cult to join my Yoshi? And I'm like, no, not really. Not really. And it's not like I don't understand the appeal. The custom CSS is really fun and stuff. And I'm glad that people are getting back into coding your own shit. But also, I don't know. It just feels like it's going to end up being one of the many fads. And it's going to unfortunately just sink down, and you're not ever going to visit my Yoshi ever again. But meanwhile, Tumblr. Yeah, freak. Get on HTML schools right now. I mean, I'm pretty rusty on HTML, to be honest. I'll probably also need to learn HTML, which I'm planning to do either way because I want to code my entire Tumblr profile. I want to do it entirely by myself instead of using a template. yeah. I do really find it fun that people are actually getting interested again into HTML and CSS. The only problem is what will happen if the same thing happens with MySpace HTML scandal, where one guy created a self-replicating HTML signature or something, which ended up just becoming like a virus technically. It was really funny. But also, yeah, that is a security issue. Anyways, my Oshi. I don't know how to feel about it. I feel like we are just trying to make new shit when we already have that shit and it's very well established. So I'm like, what are we doing? No, I don't think that my Yoshi would be a good Discord replacement. Well, would you look at that? You know what the song is? You know what the song is? This is the song that I covered. The song that I covered on YouTube. Yeah, it's on YouTube. Go listen to it. Discord does need a competitor. I 100% agree. Wow, wow, do you listen to that? Do you listen to the song? The song specifically, the one that I covered, and released on December 7th, which is my B-Boss birthday because I love him. Honestly, I am really, really hoping that you were listening to it in the car? Wow, that's so nice. That's amazing. I can't believe it. People are listening to my stuff. Wow. Okay, jokes aside, I do really think that Mayos is just trying to reinvent the wheel. And yeah, Freak, I agree. If you really want that replacement for Discord, it really needs to start like creating traction, aka like it needs to be known by the mainstream to actually catch on. Because if it is not caught on by the mainstream, well, it'll just not. It'll unfortunately not. It'll just not not work, unfortunately. Which is really sad, but how dare you, Ethan? So true, Freak. Kill that guy again. Yeah, those are my opinions on Myoshi. I guess it's just that maybe it's just me. Maybe it's because I do feel sad that even though I have been hyping up Tumblr for ages now, people are so quick to jump into like this new and shiny social media rather than giving a chance to the actual like social medias that already exist and that could actually help. Like, Tumblr. Like, that already exists, guys, and it is very comprehensive. And well, yeah, it does have some very yucky places. Has some very evil, yucky, and awful places. Twitter also has very awful, yucky places too. Like, quite literally, there's no excuse. At least Salu did make a Tumblr. But he is not using the Tumblr. God damn it, Salu. Shallow, go to Tumblr. Publish your shorts on Tumblr. So yeah, I'm just like, I guess I'm not really upset. Like, I wouldn't really say I'm upset. I'm hamming this up for like the sake of making my point, but I guess would it be like I'm a little bit beefed? That would be like the better description. Yeah, beefed. I'm just beefed. Honestly, I don't know why Tumblr suddenly got like this awful reputation on indie spaces out of nowhere. Like, brothers, that is our home. That is our that is quite literally where everything. It was literally the weirdo place back in my day. What are we doing? But yeah, I guess it just feels like double standards to me. And like you're always jumping into like new flashy websites rather than looking for like already established alternatives. I do wish that the CEO of Tumblr died though. The CEO of Tumblr is pretty transphobic. But then again, the CEO of Twitter is also pretty transphobic. As well as the CEO of Facebook / Meta / Instagram. And yet people still use it. Even in my day, Tumblr was, but so was Quotev. I mean, but Quotev was more for quizzes and stuff. It was more like a quiz site. Quotev was like the companion site to Tumblr. And by the way, I have experience on this. I have been on the weirdo internet site for ages now. I have been on the weirdo side of the internet for a while now. I have experience and I have qualifications regarding this stuff. Remember, guys, I was on DeviantArt. I was a DeviantArt artist. That's right. So you cannot out weirdo me. Quite literally. Yeah, I mean, but who's gonna read fanfics on Quota? Everyone knows that the good shit is on AO3. And fanfiction.net was first, but then they did that whole purge, and then that's when AO3 got funded. But, you know, Quota fanfics weren't really well known for their quality. If you wanted to get the good shit, you needed to go to either fanfiction.net or AO3, which, by the way, guys, I really want to do a live reading of my Immortal. Ew, Wattpad. I'm sorry, that is just like my visual reaction to Wattpad at this point. The thing about Wattpad is that it only really started taking off when it became an app. Like, Wattpad was where little kids went out to write fanfics. Well, fanfiction.net / Quotev and Wattpad was where you started out as like a baby fanfic writer. And that I know because I started there. But you'll graduate into the big leagues by either going to fanfiction.net or going to AO3. Usually AO3 now, because fanfiction.net again did an entire purge of mature labeled works. Hence why AO3 now exists. No, the thing about those sites is that they're not taken seriously. So that is a problem. So, yeah, that is sort of like my prerogative when it comes to fanfiction sites. Also, Wattpad has just not been very good with its business practices. They're like, oh my god, AO3 just started monetizing just like Wattpad, I wanna gain money. I'm sorry, but if you're on AO3, you're publishing fanfics for the love of the game, not to make money. You are there to, not fangirl, because it isn't really fangirl, more like brain rot. Yeah, you are there to brain rot over characters, and you are writing 60k words for just a specific ship out of the love of the game. And also, AO3, like, as a whole, it isn't for businesses, it isn't for monetizing your fanfics. It is a repository, first and foremost. This is why when people complain about like the controversial stuff in AO3, I feel like it's because they don't really understand what AO3 is about. It is a repository, and our repository cannot censor what it cannot contain. Because it is technically well, quite literally, it's on the name. It's an archive of our own. Yes, I know that not all fanfics are about ships, but Ethan, I don't think that you're understanding me. That either way, whatever. An archival site that focuses on mostly fan-made work does not have the flooring to actually be monetizable. The only reason why Wattpad fanfics became monetizable is because they have to scrub the fandom elements of it. And honestly, it does it very badly. Which is why I'm not in support of Wattpad as well. Like, at this point, self-publishing as a way of, like, doing so, I don't think that if you want your work to be taken seriously, you wouldn't be using Wattpad. Well, you should have probably worded that better, Ethan. But yeah, either way, like, moving on from the subject. I do think that Tumblr would be great for VTubers, but at this point, I'm not really hopeful that anybody would give it a chance because of like the whole like reach stuff and algorithms and just how used we are to instant gratification and numbers and stuff. And I'm not saying I don't have that. I definitely have that same instant gratification problem. I'm not gonna lie. But that is also why like my like behavior in Tumblr and my behavior on like Twitter, Bsky, Twitch, etc., is so different. It's because they require different forms of interaction at the end of the day. And that is okay. But I do think Tumblr would be a great place to build a community. In fact, the creator of Pretty Pretty Please, I Wanna Be a Magical Girl, Kiana Mai, has her main community on Tumblr. Because that is where she has like the biggest amount of people that are actually like active there and give feedback and do fan stuff, and they are like close communities. It's something that you have to opt in to joining. But it also goes to show that Tumblr can also be a place where you can build a very robust social media presence. I mean, look at Strange Eons. Strange Eons is a YouTube creator, but her main goblin place, her main stomping grounds are on. There's pages on fandom. Yes, I know. I am a fandom wiki moderator. I am still a user in fandom wiki, and I get commissioned by fandom wiki users. I have mentioned before that I am in the Ever After High fandom wiki and that I am a contributor in there, as well as I have coded the CSS and HTML widgets for the Arcana Twilight wiki as its sole contributor because that game barely has a fandom. But yes, I believe me, Ethan, I am very aware. I am very, very aware. Hmm. I feel like maybe for this, I could get away with only doing like very light shading, focusing more on the like very basic shapes, sort of like the color blocking stuff. And I still wonder what is about like what happened to Sysmix. I haven't really released anything after years now. That's sad because I think that they're a great DJ. I think that they're a great EDM artist. I have done some like pretty popular stuff. Sometimes I wonder what happens to the old creators I used to follow. Hmm. I think that if we color Frida's for line art, it'll actually start looking more like what I want it to look. Like maybe it is just that I haven't really added the colors yet, and that's why it isn't feeling right to me. Oh shit. Boing. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I think that it's the colors. Also make it a little bit more vivid and a little bit darker. I don't want the liner to be completely lost. Man, do you guys remember about Ask.fm? I remember about Ask.fm. It was low-key malware, but it was low-key not malware, spyware, but I remember Ask.fm. I remember when people in my school had Ask.fm. By God, were people annoying with Ask.fm on schools. But also like, it was low-key funny as well. I don't know. All of the old social media we lost. It was sort of funny. Then again, I'm pretty sure that all of the Ask pages that have appeared, aside from like Straw page, were a little bit of a spyware of some sort, or at least that's what I remember. Like every time a new Ask page appeared, they will be like, wait, this is actually malware. Like the Wizard Prison? Yeah. Yeah. Which is... Man. Also, I am just looking at like the makeshift petition thingamabob, and yeah, I don't think that they'll accept my petition. I barely have 200 followers on Twitter. Yeah, I think that I'll just wait. I think that I'll just wait. Manufacturing my own plushies might be a better idea. There's also fourth wall, but I know that fourth wall can be difficult if you do not have the funds. Now let's see. But yeah, honestly, it is really funny how so many like pseudo social media sites of the time were just like malware or just spyware or like actual things that could damage your computer, or at least not damage, but definitely steal away your information. This is why people should learn about internet security more, because at least at that time you sort of knew not to click on suspicious links or share your entire life or your entire social security number on social media and stuff. I wonder well if that cybersecurity stuff went. But then again, I know what happened, and I don't like the answer. I also don't want to be a downer, to be honest. What is it, baby girl? Frida just came back from eating her dindin. Do you have a nice dindin? Okay, I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right Well, okay, I'm back. Honestly, Freak, I don't know why you guys are not able to restart. I don't know why you guys aren't able to restart, and I'm the only one that is allowed to restart. That should not be happening, and I do not see anything on the settings page to change that, which is annoying. Let's just check. Words. But you should be able to. It should be allowed to. I don't know why it isn't working for you guys. Settings. Nope. Don't know why it doesn't work for you guys, to be entirely honest. Boink. I just checked the settings. Rita will deliver us. I think that's how Krunk let us do it. I am in. Yeah, you're editor, Freak. I'm pretty sure you are. Let me check. Rules. Yup, you're editor. You're mod and you're editor. Wow. So yeah, no idea why it isn't working, unfortunately. Frida, why do words not work? Yeah, I know, it's very weird. Also don't know why it's not working correctly, but I guess we'll check that out later. Blanket, have you played Rain World? I have not. I try not to play too many games because I have a very addictive personality. And if I get addicted to gaming, then I won't be able to be productive on anything else. That is also why I have stayed away from Uma Musume. Even though many people recommend it to me. It's because I know that I will get attached and I will spend money and I'll become poor. So yeah, I'm trying not to like get too much into games, or else I'll be in trouble. But yeah, I agree. Honestly, I love long cats. I have seen a ton of long cat, like not tropes, but like a ton of like long cat types. For example, battle cats. I never played battle cats because I knew I would get addicted. But every time I see the commercials, I'm like, long, long cat. Might the sun be part of your design? One thing I don't like about this airbrush pencil compared to the airbrush pencil from Medibang is that this one actually is larger than the size, so it actually extends past the size of the brush that you see when you pick it up, which not very good. I don't like that. I want to have control over my brush size. And if the brush doesn't follow like the brush size, then what am I supposed to do to know what the proper brush size is? I wonder if maybe I can switch that in some settings page, but I'll have to check because there's also another pencil that does the same thing, which is this chalk pastel one. So as you can see, very small, 15 size. It's like double the size. Which is nice because I like this brush. I think that it's really nice. Oh, it's because it has a minimum size. Will that work? Nope, it still is over half the size. Okay. Yeah. Those are types of brushes that I don't really enjoy. Oh, there we go. So it's like max value. Okay. I think. Yeah, okay. Huh. Oh my god, this song. I love this song. I love this song. I love this song. Honestly, Jawani Hai Diwani is such a good movie. I know that it isn't like the best in terms of narrative, but like it's a vibe. It's like one of those movies that you just like end up like just enjoying because not because the plot is like necessarily super unique or moving, but because it's just so fun. The cinematography is so good. The acting is so fun. I love this movie so much. Bollywood movie night when? Bollywood movie night when? You know what's something that really bothers me? This is just something that I just like remembered, but every single time you like something that isn't like mainstream, people are like, "Oh my god, you just want to be of that race." And while people saying like just like friendly in a friendly way, like trying to like compliment you, I'm like, "No, I'm still Colombian. I'm still very much happy with my ethnicity and my race. I just like stuff from other countries. I'm allowed to listen to stuff from other places and like it and enjoy stuff from other countries. Like, for example, I adore Bollywood. That does not mean that I'm suddenly going to become an Indian woo. That I'm going to suddenly, like, want to become Indian. No, I just enjoy it. I enjoy the medium. I appreciate the art form. So my family's always like, "Oh my gosh, Ghost, I'm sure that you wish you were Japanese, right?" And I'm like, no. No, I do not want that. I've told you many times that I do not want to go off to live in Japan. That I only want to go there in vacation, but I do not want to live a life there. And they're like, "Nee, you totally want to be Japanese, don't ya?" No, I just appreciate a lot of aspects of the culture. But still, I just wish that there wasn't like such a black and white way of enjoying things. Haven's favorite thing to say about me is you wanna be Asian so bad. Yeah, but Haven's funny. Yeah, but it's okay because Haven is Asian. And they're also funny. So true, right? So yeah, they get a pass because they're funny. Same with Rita. She might piss on my bed sometimes and be evil and fucked up, but she gets a pass because she's cute. So same thing. Little shiny tongue. Wrong, Ethan. You should wish to be Colombian. Everyone should wish to be Colombian. Isn't that right, Frida? Because Frida is Colombian. Frida es a colombiana. Esa rapata. Apparently this song is like inaccurate because this song talks about like a specific like mode of transport between Baghdad and Ankara, but that doesn't exist. Doxy, hi, hi. How you doing? Thank you for the hydrate. Wow, that was very late. That sound alert was super late. I might actually change from sound alerts to just doing the notifications and the sound alerts locally. Because holy shit, that was delayed. That was like half a minute? Or maybe like 20 seconds after the redeem? Long legs. Ooh, Caravan Palace. Has Caravan Palace released anything recently? I mean, they must have. I haven't listened to them in a while, which is weird because electro swing is one of my favorite. It's one of my favorite music genres. I'm sure that Caravan Palace must have released something and I just didn't notice. Or have they? They have, but only remixes. Okay. So the only new album that they have released was in 2024. And their last release was on 2025, so a year ago. So they haven't really released anything. Yeah, I was like, okay, yeah. They just haven't been active lately. I was a little bit worried over there. You know, one artist that I am really hoping they they do like more original releases. Millie Project. Millie Project. I know that they have been doing mostly stuff for games. Specifically this one, this new gacha game. Well, it's not new, but this gacha game. Limbus Company, yes. They have been doing a ton of stuff with Limbus Company. That is sort of like their main source of income right now. But goddamn, I want some original songs. Please, Millie. Please. I need you. I need an album. It's been so long. Their last album was released in like 2021. Like their actual official, like original albums, not related to video game projects. Because I know that they released an album for Library of Arduino, which was a video game they made the soundtrack for. Which, by the way, I need to play that game because the music is incredibly gorgeous. But they haven't really done any original albums since let's see. Key Ingredient is an anniversary album. It isn't actually an album. As in like original songs, it's more like a remix. Or rearrange, I guess is the better song. Let's see. Oh my god. Millennium Mother. Okay, that was like their latest original album. It's 2018. No. Maji, how dare you? I'm not an album. I'm a blanket. Shook my head. But yeah. Oh my god. 2018. How long? How many years is that? I was in university by that time. I was like a freshman. Or I was either doing my gap semester. Because my parents thought I was too young to be on university, like right out of high school. Oh god. Oh god. Ah, we're so old, guys. It's so Jober. We're actually like kind of ancient. I dished it, but I couldn't take it. Gasp! So true. Don't dish what you cannot take, guys. This is why I never lose ever, because I am always super measured and never go to any extreme ever. I will never leave you. Little pieces of freedom. And I'm so sad that as Frida ages, her paws become a little bit rougher. Even if she is an indoor cat, like they're still gonna be just a little bit rough, a little bit worn. I need me to like do a self-care Frida regimen where I take care of her beautiful fluffy paw pads, her little toe beans, so that they never get calloused. Also, I'm so sorry about that. I hope that you guys don't spend there very long. I cannot speak for some reason. What the? Is this person just like imitating retro Miku art, or are they really the originators of this Miku art? Like, this is something that I feel like was posted a bajillion years ago. Sorry, I just opened my tab to see Tumblr. They tried to sell me a car! Why didn't you buy it? You should buy it. Buy a car right now. It's very good for your health. No license, I walk? That's fair. I have a license, but I'm not allowed to drive. Do not ask why. It totally wasn't because of the incident. With extended warranty, so true. Freak, by the way, I am very upset with you. I am very upset and mad and angry at you. Because how come you haven't added your PNG to my SCP submission page? Do you perchance hate me? Do you perchance hate my guts? Guys, I think Freaky hates my guts. Got my theory test 2 years ago and never booked the test. Honestly, that is so fair. That is so fair. Because here where I live, we have a very robust public transport system. So I don't really need to have a license. I have it. I could drive if I wanted to, but also like the car jams and just like the amount of payments and the insurance. I'm not rich. I cannot simply afford a car. And honestly, I don't think that I have the need for it at this point in my life. Like, yeah, it would be convenient, I guess, but having a car also comes with a ton of like hidden fees, you know? London has trains basically the same as driving times, just a hassle. Yeah. London is the capital of England, so I guess it is sort of similar to the situation in Colombia. With Bogota, I'm pretty sure that Bogota and London have very similar weathers too. So yeah, the traffic is just not something that like is really worth it when you have a way that you can actually just go to places without ever worrying about that. Like we don't have trains, but we have a specific like vertebrate bus system called Transmilenio, and it has its own roads, it has its own paths. And yeah, sometimes even Transmilenio has traffic jams, but they're relatively quicker than any other like modes of transport. Even regular buses, because regular buses also have to deal with traffic. Outside the center is fine, but inside there's daily fees, traffic / expensive parking. Yeah, having cars is very expensive. Having a car is a luxury, which I think is something that only happens in countries that aren't the US. Like the US unfortunately does have cars as a necessity, which is so sad. What the? Huh? What is happening? A blanket told me to buy one, so I've got mixed feelings. So true. You know, when I say something, I expect you guys to follow my lead immediately. It is a command that you simply cannot ignore. Also, this is weird. Why does it work on just one area and not in all of it? Does it only apply to like the specific layer? I guess. That is weird, honestly. Weird. You know, I thought for the longest time that my mom liked ABBA, and I was going to invite her to like the Mamma Mia musical that was coming over to Bogota. And I was like ready to buy the tickets, and I invited her for her birthday. And she was like, "Oh, I actually don't really like ABBA. I don't really like it." I was like, "What? What do you mean? What do you mean you don't like ABBA? That's like the one thing I knew about you, that you liked ABBA." She was like, no, actually I don't like ABBA. I don't know where you got that. The one that likes ABBA is your dad. And even then, it's like a pretty mild like. I feel like there are so many assumptions you make about like what your parents like just because they're sort of like adjacent to them that you don't even realize that maybe they don't like it. But then again, perchance my mom should give ABBA a listen because they're sort of. Perhaps because she's a mama. Yeah, she is a mama. Specifically Mia. She is mama. So I guess you might be right. You are smart. Yeah, maybe it's just because it is like from her time period. She was born in the 60s, so. I think that when somebody's born in the 60s, they're sort of like legally required to at least like ABBA a little bit. Because I mean, my mom, it's not like my mom hates ABBA, it's just like it isn't her favorite. She actually prefers Cher. Which again, like, isn't Cher and ABBA like sort of on the same or a similar like ballpark? Of course, they're like different because ABBA is ABBA and Cher is Cher, but like they're very similar. They make similar music. Then again, I've only listened to the Cher Believe album, the one where she actually started doing like the electro pop and disco stuff. But then again, before then, Cher actually did ballads similar to ABBA. Something to think about. Cher's like relaxed ABBA is like sheepish. Huh, interesting. Also, now I'm thinking, Maji, are you using text to or speech to text? Because that looks like a speech to text thingy. Like how a chair was written as a chair. I'm just silly. Oh, that's okay. Sometimes you can get a little silly as a treat. But only a little, not too much. I need to be the silliest goober at all times, or at least during my stream. Mm. You know, I really want to play Requiem now that it's out, but the thing is that I have decided that until I finish Resident Evil F, I'm not going to start Requiem. I need to finish F. That is like a goal I have for myself. Or more or less not a goal, but like a cap I have. Because I also have a ton of games that I have but I haven't finished. Oh my god. Oh god, that was so loud. Thank you for the save. You call me smart, so I'll respect it. So true. Their fingers, bitter and sweet. The flavors are not yours to seize. Said forgive him, please, Camellia. Oh, this song is such a banger. I pushed the to the chair. Settling only for more. I out my everything inside with grown up eyes. You'll see some men are pigs, some girls are the same. Tonight, remember to put a silencer inside of the mother's words. So Ethan, please remember to keep stuffing topic. I know that you like Nostalgia Critic, but it doesn't really relate to what I'm doing right now. brighter for all of us. It's really similar. Bloop bloop. Little. So innocent. So small. Anyway, I don't like on the movies so loud and scream. Might be good on the recovery though. So I'll make a man looking for more. Looks like you still stand. Let me finish you, bang, bang, bang. Remember to put on silencer. Inside me the color, mother's words. We forget about spilled wine. The same from my behind. The woman is familiar. Fingers, so sweet. Bubble. There we go. I think I'm going to make the line art up like the scales a little bit lighter. Well, it feels like it's more inside the fish rather than. Yes. This is the color. It's perfect. Should make you watch. That's particular. It was the until now. The words is liar. Don't let them so corrupt. Camellia. This is one of the songs that I would love to cover if there was an instrumental for it. Millie, release your instrumentals and my life is yours. I'm pretty sure that maybe in Apple Music or something they have instrumentals. I'll have to check. I will have to make an Apple Music account though. Also, I don't know if Apple Music has like downloads enabled. I don't think it has. Or at least not since like the streaming era started. Bloop. The luscious lip needs a luscious shine. Yes. Luscious little fish lips. By the way, I am hoping that Esteban does concerts in Colombia soon, or in Bogota soon, because the last time I went to a concert of his, it was a spiritual experience. It was for his newest album, which is what the song is from. So this song specifically, the one that is playing, that was like the celebration for that album specifically. And his music is just such a good vibe. Also, he's one of the very few openly queer Colombian artists here. Hello, Antonio. How are you doing? Draw the girl. Honestly, I have been thinking about doing more Funker fan art. And of course, Baby Girl. Baby Girl, my beautiful, beautiful Baby Girl, is one of my favorite characters in the game. I'll definitely need to draw her. Because at the end of the day, she is Baby Girl. I've been offline so much time. How are you? I'm doing good. Thank you so much for asking. Right now, I am just doing rewards for my Ghostathon, which was the event that I did a couple of months ago. And by a couple, I mean like October. And I've just been working on everything and making sure that everything looks good. as well as focusing on the digital rewards because of shipping restrictions that are up right now. But again, as I've been saying, I'm hoping that that will change soon. Thank you, Ethan. October is 2 couples at least, yeah. But we don't think about that. Look, art is a very lengthy process. I learned how to draw from imagination just these days. Oh my gosh, that is so cool! I'm so glad people are now, like, feeling more motivated to draw. It's just so fun. And honestly, art as a process, for me, it has been such a liberating thing. I love drawing so much. I love drawing, I love doodling, I love picking up a pencil. I'm so glad people are now, like, trying to learn how to draw or doing more stuff. I was just drawing faces from Avon before. That's cool. I mean, I'm pretty sure that people start, like, their drawing journey, like, as in, like, actually learning how to draw, starting from references. When I was little, I started drawing from both How to Draw Anime Girls book that my sister got for her birthday, and also from a Disney storybook that my parents read to me every night, and I was just so enamored with the illustrations that I started trying to imitate them. So there's no shame on, like, drawing from, like, references and stuff. It's actually a very good learning tool. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that I'm almost done with this Frida background. Bangkok city that can't stop. Oh, I miss Orange Caramel so much. It was such a good subgroup. I know that they were from the main girl group After School, but I didn't really like After School. I liked Orange Caramel. Depends on where you're learning. Some teachers try to get you away from it. Kind of spoils the fun. You see, the thing is that there are very different ways of learning how to draw. But drawing from reference is mostly the standard. Like, to learn the basics, you have to learn how to draw from reference. And this is coming from someone who actually is an arts major, as in, like, actually went to university, paid tuition, and have a degree on arts. And I know that some art teachers don't like it when students draw from reference because they think that it's inhibiting their creativity. But at some point, they need to draw from reference. They need to learn how to imitate life so that they can later build a visual library. I think that Aishindo made a video about referencing, or well, not referencing, but about daydreaming, and he himself explains it very well. The reason why his mind palace and why his visual library is so strong, aside from him just having, like, maladaptive daydreaming, which is something that I also struggle with, it is because he actually takes a lot of references. He goes out of his comfort zone to look for images that he can later add into his reference folder, or that he can take into account. Everything you draw it in straight lines. The best things I learned in my life, I recommend you. Yeah, but what if I like chicken scratches because it scratches my brain? What if it scratches my brain? Drawing in straight lines definitely helps with confidence, with line confidence. It is used a lot for beginner artists. Like, that is an advice that a lot of beginner artists get from teachers. Because when you're a beginner, you don't really have that much confidence in your own hand. But it also helps with coordination. After that, you can do all the fun stuff like chicken scratching, hatching, and, texturing and stuff. Yeah, I get that advice. That is an advice that I used to get back when I was starting out as an artist, because my lines were very chicken scratchy. Because again, you're scared to fail, and since you're scared to fail, you do chicken scratches because it's sort of like overcorrecting. But now, even though I do have the confidence to like draw in straight lines, I just like scratching. I think that it helps me actually develop my ideas better. But yeah, that is something that a lot of art teachers will tell you to do, because you need to develop that, like, hand-eye coordination. You need to develop those muscles, and you need to develop that hand confidence. Honestly, I feel like my sketches in traditional art are far more polished and far more straight than my sketches in digital art because of that. Because I am more confident doodling and doing sketches in paper. Because that's just what I'm used to doing. I have a sketchbook all the time. I have just like something that I need to draw with because I like drawing. I'm rich? Oh my god, you're rich! Congratulations on winning 5. I don't know what the 5 are, but I'm sure that it is very good currency. Yippee! The funny thing is that my parents have their own cars. They have their own cars because their schedules are very different. My dad used to go everywhere for his job. He was sort of like a pharmacy salesman, or well, not a pharmacy salesman, but he used to visit doctors to show like the new medicines. I don't know if you have seen the Big Bang Theory, but like how the job that Penny got at the latter ends of the season, that's what my dad did. That's what my dad used to do. He is now retired. So he had his own car, and my mom had her own car because, she had to go to the office before COVID and stuff made it so that their work became more like a hybrid workspace. But the thing is that we have 2 parking spots, one for my dad, one for my mom. But sometimes our malls, which, by the way, yeah, here in Colombia we still have malls, and they're actually pretty awesome. Here in Colombia, sometimes malls do like car giveaways and stuff. They do raffles for that. And they were pretty adamant on putting all of the raffle tickets for a specific mall giveaway, mall raffle, on my name so that I could win myself a car. I could win myself a car. And I was like, but mom, dad, like, we don't have space for another car. Oh, you lived in United Arab Emirates? That's cool. Oh, born there. Yippee! And I was like, Mom, Dad, like, it's a nice thought, but where are we going to put the car? We only have 2 parking spots, both of them which are already filled. And who's gonna pay for like the gas and everything for this car? It's not like I'm going to use it very often. And even if I did, I don't have the income to maintain all of the things like car insurance and taking it to the shop and and doing all that kind of stuff. I just don't have that kind of money right now. And they're like, but yeah, but what if you got a car? That would be pretty awesome. And you would be able to drive. Because we're not letting you drive our cars. Like, then why did you pay for my driving lessons? Why did you insist that I go to driving lessons? Because yes, the reason why I have a license is because they insisted I do driving lessons. Well, here in Colombia, it's required that you do driver's lessons. Like, it's actually required. You need to do both the exam and the driver's lessons, and you need to be on a certified class. I know that in some other countries, you don't need to do the classes. You can be, like, trained by your relative or something. You can be taught how to drive by a relative or something, and then you just do the test. But here in Colombia, you actually need to, like, attend the classes and pass the classes and do all that stuff. Of course! Of course, feel free to lurk. But yeah, I was like, I don't need a car. I don't really want a car. I mean, if you guys want an extra car, I mean, sure, if you can afford it, but this is not something that I want to have on my name. Yeah, either way, they still put my name on every single ticket. They were not accepting a no for an answer, so. Good thing is that I didn't win that raffle, because I don't know what I would have done with an extra car when we have no parking spots left. And I am quite literally an independent freelance artist, which is shorthand for unemployed. So, thankfully I didn't win that. If you had 2 sticks, can you be a kite? No, because my blanket has a very high thread count, which means that it is like not very aerodynamic. But if you had like a very like airy too fancy for flight, yeah. But I mean, I kind of float. Very nice. So it's like not too bad, you know? It's nice. I mean, I am okay with just being a little bit floaty. I don't need much else. Oh my gosh, Quadra, hello. Welcome. How you doing? Eccoci. Eccoci. I feel like the line art for this whoosh is a little bit too dark. I feel like it should be lighter. Whoosh. Okay, yeah. I think this is good. There you go. Beautiful whoosh. Whoosh carcasses. That is actually not possible because Frida is unique and Frida is 100% unique and immutable. Shelly. The Shelly. Oh, Frida's asleep. I really want to do a Frida Licky emote. Frida Licky emote. I know that we already have the Frida Kiss, but wouldn't it be super funny if there was a Frida Licky emote? Frida Licky Licky. She does love licking. I don't know why, but she loves grooming specifically my hands. That specifically. My hands and my nose. Nothing else. Again, Frida is unique and immutable. There can only be one. What you're proposing is actually heresy. Actually, Frida created the multiverse. It's more correct to say that the one Frida has a blanket in every multiverse. So true. Aguanile. 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 Bye bye. Aguanile. Aguanila. Bye bye. Aguanile. Aguanile. Bye bye. Aguanile. Aguanile. Bye bye. Aguanile, bye bye. Aguanile, aguanile, bye bye. Aguanile, bye bye. Aguanile, aguanile, bye bye. Aguanile, aguanile, bye bye. Aguanile, aguanile, bye bye. Oh, that is such a good question. Find out when I do the SB stream. Yes. Ba-dum bum bum. Yes. I think that this Frida phone background is pretty much done. Yippee! Thank you so much. Aguanile, bye bye. Aguanile, aguanile, bye bye. Ah, shit, I forgot. Cannot do what I wanted to do. God damn it. That's okay. Aguanile, bye bye. Aguanile, aguanile, bye bye. I'm just gonna save a copy and I'll post it on the Discord when I'm done with the stream. As well the variants that we've got. Now I think that I will continue on with this illustration specifically because it is pretty much done. The only thing that I'm missing is the rendering, which I have been slacking off of. I have been procrastinating on. Or well, not procrastinating. I've just been more focused on finishing the commissions for the month rather than anything else. Which I guess is valid enough. Aguanile, bye bye. Aguanile, aguanile, bye bye. Still can't believe Salu didn't sing more. Michael Jackson songs on his karaoke stream. Shaking my head. Just wanna be starting something. You want to be starting something. Just wanna be starting something. You got to be starting something. Over and over, yeah, 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 yeah. You got to be starting something. You be started something. You got to be starting something. Yeah, 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 yeah. It's always trying, trying. Be starting something. You got to be starting something. Wanna be started something. You got to be starting something. Not looking over. Looking over. Yeah, 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 yeah. You're a vegetable. You're a vegetable. You wanna be started something. You got to be starting something. Be starting something. You got to be starting something. Yeah, 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 yeah. You're a vegetable. You're a vegetable. Or what does every wisp have a crush on? I don't know. Coffee beans. So true. So true. Wisps. Wisps crush on coffee beans every day. Everybody clap for Heel's amazing joke right now. Yeah, 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 yeah. Be starting something. You got to be starting something. Starting something. Something. Yeah, 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 yeah. Mama say mama sa mama kusa. 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 No, Hila, I'm so sorry. Yeah, you gotta be chewing on the beans now. Also, by the way, fun fact: this song has been sampled a lot, and I have 2 songs on my library that have samples from this song. One of them is by Rihanna, the other one is by Wednesday Campanella. Mama say mama sa mama kusa. Mama say mama sa mama kusa. Mama kusa. Mama say mama sa mama kusa. Mama say mama sa mama. Obviously, it's because you are lacking the proper accommodations. Like coffee. Coffee is very essential for every type of work. Therefore, you are experiencing workplace abuse. You gotta sue your workplace for absence of coffee. Mama say mama sa mama kusa. 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 Say mama sa mama kusa. Say mama sa mama kusa. But yeah, this song, it has been sampled a lot. Bum, ba-da-dum, ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. And this song has been covered a lot. My mom really likes one of the covers of this song specifically. No sé qué volviste. It's not even good coffee. No! This is the saddest thing I've ever read in my entire life. No coffee. And even worse, bad quality coffee. Honestly, I think that bad quality coffee is worse than no coffee. Are you sure your mom likes it? Yeah, my mom likes it because she has it on her Spotify. That's how you know she likes it, because she has it on her Spotify. And she doesn't like skip it or anything, so obviously she's gonna like it. If she doesn't, I'll cry again. Saber que al final de este amor ya no queda nada, solo una pobre canción. Vueltas por mi guitarra, y hace rato que te extraña mi samba para olvidar. Kim. Of course! Have a nice rest of your day. Are you are? You seem to have a lot of fun collabs going. Yeah! Yeah! You know, one of my goals for this year was to be more proactive with collabs, and since, I really want to play with my friends, then I'm playing with my friends. The Minecraft collab technically already ended. It ended on the 28th. But we are still going to keep the server up, and I'm still going to stream on the server. Also playing offline on the server, because I also enjoy playing offline a lot. Mostly for grinding and stuff. You know how it is. You know, when you do some mining off screen. Just doing some mining off screen, nothing interesting. Oh, also, Heal, have you considered voting for my Snow Miku? My Snow Miku on Pia Pro. The link is pinned. It's very accessible. I even made a tutorial on how to make a Pia Pro account if you look at my highlighted videos. So you know, you could make a Pia Pro account and vote for my Snow Miku, which I worked very hard on. Mm. I'm so good. I'm so good at promoting stuff, guys. Very cool. Oh, I've also been sending Salu a ton of Gumbus memes. So now every time I hear somebody say very cool, I hear it in Gumbus voice. Very cool. Very cool. Should be on right now. If I figure out the Japanese, you can just Google Translate it. You can like use your camera and the Google Translate app to translate pages and stuff. That's what I did. I also have the Google Translate extension on my website, like on my web browser. So I'm able to just translate it if I ever feel confused. We will be running from the water guns. We'll be done soon. We will be running from the... We will be done soon. We will be running from the water guns. Is it like a Sega thing or is it just like a Dojin Circle website? No, this is like an official page for Vocaloids. Or, well, for the Krypton Vocaloids. Also, Sega doesn't own Miku. She's affiliated with Sega, but she's owned by Sega. Krypton and Sega are separate companies. But no, this is like an official contest for Miku. So like if my design gets chosen, I actually, well, obviously I don't have the rights to the design anymore because you know that's just how contests of this type are. But my design will be used for official merch. Yippee! Also, I'd start in 1 minute, guys. 1 minute. So feel free to grab a snack, grab a drink, go to the bathroom, do whatever you may need, and I'll be back. And if you don't want any ads, please do consider subscribing. It would help me out a ton. But if you don't have the means to do so, then don't worry about it. Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. Guys, do you like my acapella? Just wanna hold your hand. Just wanna hold your hands. Just wanna hold your hands. Who do they get? Those eyes also. Who do they get? Who do they get? Who do they get so much that who do they get? Who do they get? So yeah, I should listen to more of the early Higurates. Most of their songs that I've known of them are pretty much bangers. Certified bangers. I should have kept all of this in a different layer, but I will swallow my regrets because there's nothing I can do now. You know what? Something that I really want to learn is to learn how to sing without getting lost in harmonies. I'm really bad at following like a main voice or doing harmonies without getting distracted by the main voice. And that is something that I need to learn how to do. Just wanna hold your hands. Just wanna hold your hands. Who do the heck it's? Who do the hold your hands? Oh man, Belanova had a chokehold on us like 2000 kids. Solo dime todo lo que sientes, quiero que lo intentes. No me mientas, niño, soy sincero, sabes lo que quiero. Si cierras los ojos, verás lo que siento. Verás que te quiero a ti. Dime qué sientes por mí. Sé que estás ahí. Háblame de ti. Quiero saberlo. Oye, niño, no tengas miedo. No me sé lo que quiero. Oye, niño, tu cena es mía. Sabes bien que solo te quiero a ti. Solo te quiero a ti. No entiendo, sé que tienes miedo, solo quiero un beso. No me mientas, niño, sé sincero, sabes lo que quiero. Si cierras los ojos, verás lo que quiero. Verás que te quiero a ti. Dime qué sientes por mí. Sé que estás ahí. Lo puedo sentir. Oh, last joke for the road, of course. Quiero saberlo. Oye, niña, no tengas miedo. No me mientas, sé lo que quiero. Oye, niño. What's a fallen cat's favorite beat? Four on the floor. Because of those, they always fall standing up? God. So cheesy. Are you perchance a dad heel? Because that is like the most dad joke ever. And as far as I know, only Freak and Teddy are allowed to do dad jokes. Sabes bien que solo te quiero a ti. Quiero a ti. Solo te quiero a ti. I hope not. By the way, for everybody who is in the Discord and hasn't congratulated Teddy, I mean, for everyone who is on the Discord and hasn't congratulated Teddy, please congratulate Teddy because he is going to become a papa. Let's give him some love in this very joyous time. Dude, it's so weird because I know that most of the people that watch me are like adults. I mean, everyone has to be an adult to be chatting in here. But it still feels so weird to know that people are like having children. Which again is weird because I have classmates who already have children. It's not like it is out of my age range. Of course, Heel. Thank you so much for popping in. And yes, that is going to become a papa. It's just really funny because, again, I know that some of my classmates have children already, and some of them had them really early. But still, it's kind of weird. Also kind of funny. Especially because when you have memories of like your high school or middle school classmates, you always see them as like the age that you met them at. But I guess at least with my viewers, since I know most of you are like adults with taxes and stuff, it isn't as weird when you guys say like, "Oh, I'm having a baby, I'm having a babooey," because I mean, like, yeah, you're of a child reading age, as my grandma would say. Heartbeat, a heartbeat. Man, I wish that the one song that became a trend of childish Gambino on TikTok wasn't like so low key problematic, but also it has such a cool beat. I mean, I do have your favorite Martian song, so I guess I cannot be like too. I guess I cannot be too critical when I still have your favorite Martian songs on there. Running out of excuses with my relatives for why I'm not married. Dude, I just tell them that my sister already did that job for me. Like, the family line will not end with me because my sister already did that. Like, she has children, 2 boys, so the surname is being passed down somehow, somewhat. So like, I am but a side quest, and also like I already have an aunt who is like child free and stuff, so I guess they're more accepting of me also wanting to be like fully child free. I just want to be the cool aunt, the cool uncle. Te lo haya pedido. Tenía un león herido. Man, Twitter is so fucking annoying. I have the possum. The possum, privacy possum, and Twitter is the only site that is annoying because it has so many like ID trackers and stuff. So sometimes I gotta disable the possum. Which again, really annoying. Oh my god, the sign for Magical Mirai Miku came out. Oh, that is gorgeous. I'm gonna like show it off to you guys for a little bit. Like sort of like the design notes. Look! It's so pretty! It's a little bit convoluted, but it's still super gorgeous. And like, it's Hatsune Miku. At some point, you gotta go like ham with the details and stuff. That is something that I get, I guess. But it's so pretty. So Miku. I actually like the shading on the liner here. Roberto, a veces lo que dice el alma puede estar en lo cierto. Roberto. Roberto, el día que no escuches estas voces es... Banger song, absolutely banger song. Roberto. 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 El día Para que no escuches estas voces es que vas a estar muerto. Another orange caramel banger? In this stream? Let's go! Emmy, hello, hello, hello. La 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 na 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 na. Ay. Gosh, orange caramel was such a product of its time. I miss them so much. Tell him you've got Nunya. Nunya what? Oh, so true. God damn it, I can't believe that I got by that joke. It's like the oldest one in the book. What the hell? I'm getting rusty. Let's see if my trick works. If it does, it'll be a lifesaver. I think it worked. Someone who can please me, love me all my long. I've been everywhere, man, looking for you, babe. Looking for you, babe. Search for you, babe. Where have you been? I've never seen you. Somewhere in the crowd. Okay, almost. So, like, it needs a little bit of work. Guess I will need, like, a little bit more tolerance. Oh my life. Where have you been all my life? Where have you been all my life? It isn't perfect, but it's definitely an improvement. Somewhere in the crowd. I feel like this song is so like mid 2010s, or not mid 2010s, more like early to mid 2010s. This is truly the recession pop time. Honestly, recession pop is such a banger. Like, I get why people love it so much. I mean, I grew up on recession pop, so it's not like I'm unfamiliar with it. None your business. So true, freak. Bam bam ba da ba da 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 ba da ba da da bam ba da bam ba da bam ba da bam ba da. Yeah, it really was a mistake merging this layer. Everywhere, man, looking for someone who can please me, love me all my life. I've been everywhere, been looking for you, babe, looking for you, babe, searching for you, babe. pam, 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 pam. There's lots of different people. There are lots of different people that during soldiers and passing letters, and there's lots of ancient monsters and metaphysical, astronomical songs. There's even so mystical, so magical, but all that dance and compute that no one's better than you. La la la, la la la, la la la, la la la. There's kings in distant cities that rule their persons and make them happy, and about all the service or congratulatory. Even the animals, so that's ruling that they are doing. It's in the end, you know, to say no one's better than you. I hope you're happy now I've revealed the truth. I've even written this whole song about you, and not about me, and not about me. Please don't just laugh and clap right now, this is serious, I'm not delirious. I've waited very patiently just to let you know who to run the show. Oops, in the always artifacts, nothing to distract, nothing to abstract. The moaning in the sun will say no one's better than you. No one's better than you. No one's better than you. This song is such a banger, and the message behind it is so true and so real. And honestly, one of the best Dolly Hall songs ever. Period. By the way, I just listened to the new Glass Animals album. It was me. Like, it wasn't as good. Well, maybe I just gotta re-listen to it, like, with some, like, fresh expectations. I guess you cannot always make banger albums, banger after banger. I don't know. I guess somebody once said that they were really sad that Heat Waves was like the song that pulled Glass Animals into the mainstream, because now they will only start making things that just sound like Heat Waves. And I was like, nah, I don't think that will happen. I think that they'll continue doing their experimental stuff. And at first I was like completely like believing on it. I had faith on them, especially because like one of their singles that came out before the newest album, Vampire Bat, it was really good, and it wasn't like Heat Waves. At least I didn't feel like Heat Waves. It was more like reminiscent of season 2 episode 3, which is how to be a human being, the album, or even the song. But either way, I didn't feel like it was like too much like Heat Waves. But then I listened to the newest album and I'm like, oh yeah, definitely. I really hope that they decide not to ride the hype train for too long. Because what I love about experimental bands like Gorillaz, Glass Animals, etc., is that they experiment. They don't always like stay on the same sound for too long. I like that versatility. I know that might be a little bit like too much to ask sometimes, but I don't know. It just feels like they're limiting themselves to just what it is popular, which, I mean, I get, but also I want to hear more experimental stuff. I want to hear more stuff maybe even like go back to some of their previous sounds, like in Zaba. Zaba is still one of my favorite albums ever. Or How to Be a Human Being. That one's also good. Whereas I also feel like the album Dreamland was created in just like a very turbulent time, because Dreamland was created solely during the pandemic. That was like the project that the band members dedicated themselves to, mostly the vocalist. Uh during those times. And I don't know. I feel like maybe since Heat Waves became so popular and that was like their popular song, they feel like the need to continue on with that branding. I don't know. I feel like the need to create like your next banger. Like like how they feel the need to create the next Heat Waves. Or they feel the need to create, I don't know, the next pineapple. No, Bork Soda. Bork Soda was pretty popular for a while. I don't know. Sometimes it's best to just go with what you feel you want to make rather than what you feel will be popular. That's why I mostly also keep myself within my niche. Because I want to draw stuff that I like. I want to draw stuff that actually makes me want to, like, draw. And not just because it's popular. Of course, I have participated in some trends. Like, that is something that I obviously have done before. You can see it in my timeline, but usually I just participate in trends if I really like them. For example, the Frieren trend, I have not seen Frieren, but it really felt like such a sweet thing that everybody was just like trying to help the person out. It felt much more than just about like Frieren, but more about like helping other artists. And that I really like. Almost done. I was in my bed, that's as stiff as a board, hat and gown as I head asleep forward, but I woke to a noise so loud and so bold. I was shocked the noise my lawn made it wasn't told. Out of my lawn arose such a clatter I sprang from my bed to see what's the matter. I peered out the window and I saw no funk. I saw nothing wrong. Just a cute little skunk. Oh my gosh. Poetry. That's amazing, Latvian skunk. Thank you for your wonderful and beautiful words. Wait, why is this like marked? Oh, wait, I remember why. Okay, I just gotta redo the coloring in this. Dragonfly. Dream a little dream of me. Tell me you miss me. Dream a little dream of me. Alright, I think that once we're done with this drawing, we'll end stream. That seems like a good time to end. Since I'm almost done with most of the rendering. As always, HQ version will be available for my subs, for my sub the wisps on the Discord. Man, if only the music video wasn't so chopped, then I would be able to enjoy the song more. Because the song is great. I actually really, really like it. It's one of the few Baby No Money songs that I listen to when I'm not in the gym. Than the music video. Sex and sexy. Shit, I couldn't press me. Sex and sexy. S-E-X. Splash. Because I'm newly rich. Put the sexy. Right, bye bye. Put the sex and sexy. 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 Porque siento que me siento invisible. I'm sorry if it looks like I'm not doing anything or if I pause a lot. I'm just looking at references on my other screen. Trágame tierra. Me reescribió, pues, me pinto Dalí. Honestly, sometimes it feels like the blending in CSP is so good that I don't even need like add or more multiply layers. It's just me. They just look really good. Más veces que prefiero desaparecer. I'll come back. シャリナタティマカタティメニクルサガの一医療産後につかなってどこもベースにそうつのでランド白黒あやがせりの色いさばと私よフラフラビネウマにがあるやなためにとするよがいてくなんとにごさしがしていつまでも知ってさどこ今にけないやパパパラパララララパパパラパララララパパパラパララララあれはきっとパンダヒーローパパパラパララララ空は衰え最新ライダーカニバリスムとトラって光るアンドロイドのきっと望まれてんだほら色カニバリスムとこなって今のアンドロイドの遊んでるきっと見られてんだほら色きっと望まれてパパパラパララララパパパラパララララまた届いたんだパパラパララララ空の谷のパパパラパララララ住んでる寺の山椒再入感情再入再入感情再入メスなく家のまらくカリハリに取り入れていく今さら時のゲームさどこにも行けないなパパパラパララララパパパラパララララパパパラパララララあれはきっとパンダ色パパパラパララララ空は衰え最新ないな空が衰え最新ないな My gold technique doesn't really work with the brushes I have at the moment. I'll have to work on that. Hello, Kier Daxter. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you doing tonight? I'm doing good, I'm doing good. I'm almost going to finish this art, and once I'm done, we will be reading out to one of my friends. Or maybe a new VTuber, one of the recommended VTubers that I've gotten recently. Yeah, we're just finishing up the details of this illustration. The mission! Hello! Who is the art? This is of my flesh. This is of my flesh suit. I call them Hugo. It is, or well, it was supposed to be Valentine's art, but I got really busy with other compromises, with other responsibilities, so I wasn't able to finish it on time. Oh, so sorry about the ads, they just started. Oh, hello, the mission. How are you doing this lovely day, this lovely evening? Just got 2 feet of air and had to change the tire. 2 feet of air? I didn't know you could buy 2 feet of air. I'm pretty cool. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I haven't changed a tire ever since driving classes, I think. Because yes, in driving classes they teach you how to change a tire. It is required. I mean, I guess it's pretty like reasonable that they teach you how to change a tire, because at the end of the day, if you get stranded, you could at least like hold off for a little bit. Just got home from work. How was work? I hope that you had a nice day at work. Also, by the way, the mission, I never actually asked, did you get the Hawaiian ghost shirt? And if so, how was it? I think that I never actually asked about the Hawaiian ghost shirt. Like, if you got it good, if it was good quality, if it was, if everything went great with that. Oh my gosh, I'm so glad! If you ever want to post a picture of the shirt, feel free to do so. I will love to see how it turned out. I mean, I have my own, but that one was ordered years ago, so I don't know if they changed the quality or anything. The Hawaiian ghost shirt is going to be available on Fourth Wall, but it's going to be by a different provider, and I don't know how well it'll end up being, how good the quality will be. So I'm a little bit scared of switching providers. Just because the provider that Printify, like the manufacturer that Printify like hooked me up with, they were just really good. They had really good quality. But I'm glad that you enjoy it. I'm glad that your Hawaiian Ghost shirt went came to you unscathed. And that you were happy with your purchase. My aunt really wants me to start doing like more designs for clothing and stuff. I'll think about it. Oh no, I feel like aside from Ghost, there's not much about like clothes design that I would really do. The thing about it is that usually when I design like clothes and stuff, is stuff that I would wear myself. Which is not something that will apply to everybody. So I'm always a little bit hesitant about when it comes to clothes design. Because, you know, clothes are something like just so personal to people. But I'm glad that you enjoyed the Hawaiian Ghost shirt. Sigo viviendo malherido. Almost done, almost done, almost done. Boom, bum, boom, bum, boom, bum, 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 boom, bum, boom, bum. Is that a sweetheart from the hit indie game Omori? No, but it's not sweetheart, but I do love Omori, and I have done some Omori art. Hello, I am the Blanket Ghost, and you may know me from the Requiem Omori fansign or the Flower Language Omori fansign. I managed both of them. I love Sweetheart. She is such a cute character. Her design is super adorable. I once tried to make merch of her, but unfortunately it didn't work. I didn't get any interest on her. Which was sad, but in the end, that's just business, baby. Maybe now that my art skills are better, I could do another, like, Omori fan merch launch. And also, when the restrictions on US shipments to the United States get lifted. That is very important. The most important thing if I ever want to do fan merch ever again. But I'm glad that you enjoy it. I'm glad that you enjoyed this. No, this isn't Sweetheart, but it is Hugo. Hugo is my flesh suit that I occasionally use whenever it's convenient. And this is a Valentine's Day illustration of their outfit, which is titled Cupid's Helper. This is their Cupid's Helper outfit. Which matches with my own Cupid's Helper outfit, aka the blanket that is speaking right now to you. Ooh. Thank you so much. I'm glad that you like it. Let's see, anything else on the top body that I'm missing aside from the... It doesn't seem like it. Wait, the glasses. I almost forgot about the glasses. Which is really funny because I cannot see without my glasses. But yeah, how have you been? How has your evening, day, morning, afternoon been? I should really just start saying Eli's Cry, just saying Merry Time Zone. Merry time zone? Merry time zone, yippee! By the way, I don't know if I have any Asian viewers right now. I know that I do have Asian viewers in general, but I don't know if they're here right now. What do you guys do for Chinese New Year? I do know that Chinese New Year is widely celebrated in many countries, and by many people. You know, I always was jealous of my one Chinese friend at school. Because she actually got the day off. Like, her parents called her in sick for Chinese New Year's so that she could celebrate. I'm pretty sure that she went to China as well. She actually traveled to celebrate Chinese New Year's with the rest of her family. And I was like, I want a day off. Oh! My legs! I've got legs now. I've suddenly sprouted legs. Hello, Stefan. How are you doing? How are you doing? Are you excited for Friday? Are you excited? Or perhaps are you terrified of the horrors that we might encounter? Yeah! What happens on Friday? On Friday, let me just pull up the post. Boing. Friday will be my affiliate-thon. I will be celebrating 1 year of being affiliate. And Stefan will be joining me on classifying fellow VTubers as SCPs. Stefan reminds me, did Salu submit his PNG on a beta floor? No. I will remind him, don't worry. Unfortunately for me, a lot of my friends have ADHD, and if I don't pester them constantly, they will not do anything. But, don't worry. Don't worry, I'll remind Salu tonight. Honestly, the poor guy has been through it. Stefan, I don't know if you were there for when Salu was talking about it, but he actually got rats. He got a rat infestation. That's okay. I'll also give Maple a little message. Yeah, he got ratted. Because you see, during like his whole like February and Valentine stuff, he actually worked part-time. He went back to the chocolate shop in which he used to work with, and since he was like far from his home at the moment, he was like spending most of the day out, and so the rats got really comfy. They got real comfortable, and he ended up just having like an infestation. I mean, I live on a horse property and we get rats in the barn, but damn, yeah. Rats! Rats! We're the rats. Rats? He needs a cat. Does Frida have a subordinate to spare? Don't worry, I'll make sure that the cat distribution system hits Salu when he least expects it. But yeah, he got rats, and then he also had some trouble with his medical insurance. And he had just been fighting to get like a doctor's appointment because he found something on his skin that was a little bit concerning. I'm only sharing like the details that Salu shared on stream. But basically, he has been a very busy goat. But yeah, unfortunately, he got rats on his tree stump. Then again, I mean, usually living on like trees does attract rats. Salud Dev needs that toxoplasmosis security system. So true. This is why Frida smells like baby powder, is because I have been fully toxoplasmosisized. Isn't that right, baby girl? Frida's like fully asleep right now. She was waiting for me to end stream a little bit ago, but I think that she just like gave up. But yeah, he definitely needs a cat. He should have just called Frida, to be honest. She would have been there instantly. She is his biggest fan, after all. La la la, just can't get you out of my head. Tomorrow, Slay the Spy 2 comes out and it will devour all of my free time. Congrats on your 1-year affiliate-versity. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the well wishes, and I hope that you have fun with Slay the Spy. Honestly, that was me with Silent Hill F. I was like, I'm sorry guys, I will disappear. I was actually planning on streaming Silent Hill F, but my computer just didn't take it. It didn't want to stream it, so I had to change plans and I just played it offline. Honestly, when Silent Hill F came out, my schedule was Silent Hill stream. Silent Hill stream. Silent Hill stream. Forget about sleep. Silent Hill doesn't need sleep. It needs victims. And it needs those delicious, delicious drugs that are totally not hallucinogenics. Honestly, it is still really, really funny that Shu accidentally gave Hinako a hallucinogenic psycho... what's it called? Psychedelic drug addiction. I mean, I know that he did like... Wait, I don't wanna give spoilers for Silent Hill F, because I know that some people only have watched playthroughs, and some people didn't complete the game. Like, as in like the playthrough. They didn't complete it. They only played the first ending. But basically, Shu accidentally made a Hinako a drug addict. Whoopsies! You know, as friends do. And this is why you shouldn't be friends with your drug dealer, by the way. Only business. I mean, yeah. I once tried playing a pirated copy of Silent Hill 2, but then it just kind of soft-locked at the clocks puzzle. Oh no. Yeah. Man, I remember when I first played Silent Hill 2. I didn't really complete it because it was on a cousin's console. I didn't really have a PS2, so I had to borrow my cousin's console to play Silent Hill 2. But I only played the hospital area with the nurses, and I was like, man, this isn't horror. This is just a regular schmegular action game. What the hell? I got scammed. And then I had nightmares for the rest of the week. This is why I love psychological horror. To be honest. Like, you don't feel it at the moment, but once you're alone at night, before you're going to sleep, you sense it. Yeah. I haven't really played all of the Silent Hill games, unfortunately, because I said this before on stream, like quite literally this stream. They weren't here yet, so I don't mind repeating myself. My parents were very strict about consoles. Like, very, very strict. So, I didn't really have any, like, consoles. I wasn't constantly having all the latest consoles. I only had a PlayStation 1, an Xbox 360, and a Nintendo 3DS. And I got that Nintendo 3DS right before the new Nintendo 3DS launched. And right before the Wii U launched. And then I've got the Switch. The regular Switch. But that I bought with my own adult money. So,
Or, well, not my own adult money, but my own, like, teenager that works and gets commission sometimes money. So, my console game knowledge is a little bit spotty because of that. But I did play a lot of PC versions of games, or just pirated versions of games. I'm a very big fan of the Assassin's Creed franchise, especially. Hate EA, but the Assassin's Creed franchise has such a special place in my heart. And I really want to play the Silent Hill games chronologically, so I want to start from Silent Hill 1. Then I want to play, obviously, Silent Hill 2. I already have the remake, and I've been itching to play it. Then I want to play 3. I want to play 4. Assassin's Creed is Ubisoft, not EA. You know, I haven't touched Assassin's Creed in such a long time. Yeah, you're right. I now remember the sound of the Ubisoft thingy coming in every time I play, like, Assassin's Creed 4 and Revelations. Which, by the way, my favorites, those are the ones that I replayed the most. Ezio Auditore da Firenze is the best assassin ever out of all of the timelines. But I definitely want to play the new Assassin's Creed. I just haven't gotten to it because I still haven't played all of the games in the franchise. I want to go chronologically. Shadow Pizza 542, thank you so much for the follow. But yeah, it's Ubisoft. Which one is EA? I know that I really like a game that is from EA, but I don't remember which one it is. Or I used to really like it, because if I don't remember it, that just means that I didn't like it as much, I guess. Which one was EA? If I don't remember it, it didn't matter. It's okay to hate Ubisoft. They treated Rayman like garbage. Though I did love the Mario and Rabbids games. Ooh, I love the Rabbids games as well. When you say chronologically, do you mean order of release or time it takes place in the timeline? Time it takes place in the timeline. I played the Assassin's Creed chronologically on the timeline because my sister's boyfriend at the time, which was the one who like bought the games for the Xbox 360, he sort of went out with my sister to buy them. He taught me about the Assassin's Creed timeline, and so he urged me to play them like chronologically. And while I know that in the timeline, the newest Assassin's Creed game is pretty close to the initial games, I still want to finish my replay of 4. And possibly finish Black Flag. I haven't finished Black Flag. But yeah, the Assassin's Creed games are so special again. So special to me. Especially because as like a history nerd, I really love seeing like historical fiction stuff. Ubisoft being trash gave us E33, so I think it's a decent trade-off. You know what? That's so true, actually. I have complicated feelings about AC4. Ooh, why is that? Since that's just it's my favorite assassin, I would actually love to hear your opinion about it. Then again, some of the main missions are fucking stupid. The controls can be pretty janky at times, I'm not gonna lie. Like, you can really notice the improvement between 4 and Revelations when it comes to, like, controls. Because, my god, some of them are annoying. Part of me thinks that it should have been its own franchise instead of being shoehorned into AC. I guess that is true. I guess. I don't know. I do feel like, in the whole, like, theme of reincarnations, it doesn't need to be, like, fully faithful to everything that we found on, like, AC1. Because at the end of the day, it's like different eras, so there's going to be differences on how they work. But given how Ezio is, again, my favorite assassin, I may be, like, really biased. Because, again, favorite assassin. He's my fav guy. But also, maybe it could have been its own franchise. That way we could have gotten more Ezio. Which I am always up for. Hello, Ghost BK. How you doing? Long time no see. How have you been, fellow ghost? My fellow ghost VTuber. Green eyes. But then when Ubisoft tried that with their pirate game a decade later, it felt so flat. Yes. Yes, I know. I remember that. I am good surviving school. Ooh. What are you studying? What is your major? If you don't mind me asking. I'm going for animation, but I'm doing a Janet class right now. It's physics. Oh, I see. Honestly, I regret not doing like a general physics class while I was in college. Because I feel like my math brain is so rusty right now. I mean, I do have dyscalculia, so it is weird. Numbers have always been weird for me, especially once we got to like the more complex stuff. But I did really love physics. I did really love chemistry. I feel like if I didn't have dyscalculia, I would have gone to the STEM route. So I would have gone through the art route. I probably would be a STEM major. Can you imagine me being a STEM major? I can imagine myself being a STEM major. I think most of my teachers gone for me being a STEM major. By the way, funny story. I found out a little bit later in life, like right before I graduated, that my teachers were placing bets on what major I would go for. And that is really funny for me. My arts teacher probably got a pretty good deal. Got a pretty good payout out of that. I need to watch Filler on the Roof. I haven't watched that in such a long time, and that musical is kind of iconic, to be honest. I really need to rewatch that. I wonder if they bet on any of the other students. Maybe on the top. Maybe on the top students, because for a while I was on the top 10 until the depression hit. But I'm pretty sure that they did. They did place bets on the other students. I'm so sure of it. I mean, we're pretty much little shits in high school, so I think that they deserve to have their fun with the little betting ring. Here lives a wealthy man. If I were a rich man, yabba dibba 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 dum. All day long I'll biddy biddy bum. If I were a wealthy man, I wouldn't have to go hard. Yabba dibba 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 dum. Yes, yes it is. It is my flesh Sona, Hugo. Which is also the one that I'm drawing right now. They are just in a different outfit because this is a Valentine's illustration. Strutting like a peacock. The happy mood she's in. Screaming over the servants day and night. The most important men will come and follow me. They will ask me for advice when, like Solomon the Wise. If you had a Life 2D model, that's what they will look like, right? No! I will be a blanket. I'm actually reading my Life 2D model myself. And it is indeed a blanket. A gorgeous, beautiful, amazing blanket, which is totally superior to Hugo in every single way. Yes. When you're rich, I think you really know. So true. I were rich. Sweetest thing of all. If I were a rich man, yabba dibba 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 dum. All day long I'd be the bitty bum. If I were a wealthy man, I wouldn't have to work hard. Yabba dibba 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 dum. If the lion and the lamb, you think I should be what I am. Would it spoil some vast eternal plan? If I were a wealthy man. This was my audition for Revitivia for Fiddler on the Roof. Please contact me at blanketerghost@gmail.com. So dumb. Oh, 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 banana. Oh, 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 banana. Oh, 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 banana. Oh, 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 banana. Yeah, it's certainly more unplanned. Also, it feels more like me. Like, here's the thing about human sonas. I don't feel like presenting myself as a human. I feel like I am freer when I am this little guy. I love my little guy. It's goofy, it's funny. It's definitely more adorable and more marketable.
Ooh! Cubs! Hi! Welcome. How you doing, Cubs? Ooh! My wisps! The bloodshed! Yes. We are very marketable plushies. Which reminds me, the lovely Tene will be making me as a marketable plushie on April. Freak, if you're still online, could you give Tene a shout out, please? Because yes, marketable plushie ghost will be real eventually. I'm so honored that Tene chose to make a plushie for me. Like, imagine somebody likes my design so much they decide to make something. Oh, I was asking you if you could please give a shout out to Tene. Tene is here. I believe that is their Twitch username. And yeah, we have a collab planned actually. They said that they would actually be able to do my plushie on stream. So hopefully on April 8th, after I recover from my tonsil, from my not tonsil, from my wisdom tooth stuff, we'll be streaming together while they do my plushie live on twitch.com.tv. By the way, Blanket, are you getting all of them removed or just a pair? I'm getting all of them removed. All at once. I talked to my aunt who had her tonsils removed recently, and she was like, it's way better that you just get all of them removed. It will be painful, of course, and it will, like, take a while for you to recover, but it's better that you take them all now rather than going in and out of the... Is it tennis streams? Yeah, tennis streams. Wait, then tennis here is probably their Twitter handle then. Whoopsies! Whoopsies! But yeah. I am going to take them out all at once. And that way I'll just have to, like, do it once and that's it. Thank you so much, Freaky. But yeah, I'm super excited for that collab. Hopefully I am still recovered by then. If not, I'll talk to Tane. Maybe we can reschedule. Especially because it is really early in the morning for me. Tane had suggested 7 a.m. my time for the stream. I was like, can we please switch it to be a little bit later? That's kind of very early for me. Can we perhaps reschedule? And thankfully, they were kind enough to reschedule with me. So we'll be doing it at 9 a.m. Which is great, because that means I won't have to wake up super early. To, you know, get ready, have breakfast. Alright, I'm going to sleep. Of course, thank you so much.
Don't worry about it. I hope that you have a great night. Wow, Cubs, what secret messages are you sharing with chat that I am not allowed to see? Aw, thank you so much, Cubs. Cubs is super cool and super amazing. You should also follow her too. And by the way, she's actually like going to a con soon. So you should like pop in. Which one is it, Cubs? Is it Kikuricon? Yeah, she's going to a con and she's going to have new merch and she's going to do a Smasher pass. So, you know, it's gonna be super cool. Yeah. Kikuricon, yeah. In Arizona. Man, you guys in the US are so spoiled with cons. I'm always so jealous when I see announcements of like, hi, I'm going to a con and it's in the US. Which unfortunately you're not allowed to go to because you're stupid Colombian and Colombia and the US are currently fighting like little girls on Twitter over who is the prettiest and who is the smartest. You should enter. Yeah. I don't know. I don't usually do like Smasher passes. But yeah, I'll enter yours. Because you're my friend. Honestly, the only times I enter Smasher passes is like as a joke entry. I'm like, you know what? Yeah, the blanket. The blanket is entering. And it is going to obviously be the most attractive member of the ton. I don't know what to do, you don't know what to say. Okay, actually, I think that we're done. We're done with the main character illustration. I'll do the background after stream. I'm not really like super sure what I'll do. But we are done! Yippee! Yippee! Okay, let me just save and we'll see who we can raid out to now. What? Don't worry about me not appearing right now. It takes a little bit. It needs time to think. There we go. Let's see who is online right now. Any friends? Any friends are online? We've got Eerie, who's playing WoW. We've got Packet. We've got Toby. We've got Sarah. We've got DJ Pyroid. We've got Geo. We've got Huck Wizard. We've got Kazuha. We've got Luto. We've got Sebi. Oh, he's playing Requiem. I cannot write out. I don't want spoilers for Requiem. We've got Desync. We've got Sane. We've got Jin. We've got Coco. We've got Distant. And we've got Kenji. Yeah, I'm not rating out to Kenji. Let me check also if Roadkill Rose, which was Freak's suggestion, is online right now. No Roadkill Rose? That's so sad. I may be typing it wrong. Always got people, of course. And thank you so much for the hydrate, Sakunog. Let's see. Who haven't we rated out to this month? You know, since Geo DM'd the Dungeons and Dragons, not Dungeons and Dragons, DM'd the Call of Cthulhu stream, I think that we should reciprocate and give him a little raid. Yeah, especially since I had so much fun, and I already applied to his other Call of Cthulhu stream. So I'm also going to like go to another Call of Cthulhu stream. I actually really liked it. Well, I mean in the last 30 days. The last 30 days. But yeah. We will be raiding out to Boing. To GL VTuber. It was pretty cool. He apparently is reacting to some Markiplier stuff, and we love Markimoo. I really love watching Markimoo videos. And I need to start playing Requiem so that I can see his Requiem gameplays. But yeah, thank you guys so much for coming on this slightly longer stream. And I hope that you guys have a nice evening, night, morning, afternoon, wherever you are. I'll see you guys Friday for the SB classification stream and my affiliate-on. I hope that you guys are able to join us. Or if not, I'll also be live on Sunday for Water Park Simulator since Kit just bought it for me, I guess. But yeah, I'll see you guys later, and I hope that you guys are all good. Bye-bye. Bye-bye-bye-bye-bye. Bye.